Testing 1, 2, 3 from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3. This is a mic check from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Charlottetown Driving Park, Red Shores on Gold Cup and Saucer afternoon. 11 races on tap this afternoon here. This is a mic check from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check.
Racetrack.com. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park on Gold Cup and Saucer 67 Day. I'm Rocky Skierman, Kurt Hughes with me on the desk here, and Vance Cameron calling all the action here this afternoon. Beautiful afternoon for harness racing. We have 11 races on tap for you here this afternoon, including the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes Grassroots divisions. Kurt, we got the PEI Harness Racing PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational coming up in race number 9 for $15,000. 4 starters going behind the gate.
Yeah, good group of 4. Their trips didn't work out in the Gold Cup and Saucer trials, but they got a good shot at some good money here today in race number 9. Just saw the track record sign there out in the center field. They could be making a new sign tonight. They're going after Mickey Shan's 149 and 4 and Sugarman on the rail tonight. He was wrapped up winner for Jody in 150, so we could see a new sign next week here at Red Shores for the track record. But yeah, good field of 4 here in that PEI HRIA Invitational. Get Wings on the rail. It's Major from post 2. Miraculous Desby from post 3. Storm Shadow from post 4. I have to think Get Wings is the one to beat Mark Campbell in the seat here this afternoon aboard the Governor's Plate winner, and they got the pole position in a compact field, so I think they're going to lead gate to wire. Should be a good one, though.
Yeah, and last night in the Gold Cup and Saucer Consolation, I was watching, and when I saw the 3/4 and 121 and change, I thought, might have a new track record tonight.
Yeah, Arbitrage Hanover race, super
he
for
raced
Kenny Murphy.
Amazing. We're going to see that from the half on in our second pregame. We do have some program and equipment changes for you. And for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program. It's event number 37 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 23 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Dylan Allain. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here today's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 2. In the second race, number 4, Gaston Phil, adding shin boots. Number 7, St. Patrick's Morn, Burr head pole inside, comes off, and a Burr line pole on the outside goes on. Turning over to race number 3, the number 2 horse, You're Not Catching Me, has a chart line not showing. From the 20th of August here in Charlottetown, Fast Tracks, going on the rail and finished 3rd, was race timed in 2 minutes and 4/5, driven by Mike McWigan. Turning over to race number 4. In the 4th race, scratch number 2, Elm Grove Treasure, she will not go. Race 4, scratch number 2, Elm Grove Treasure. Turning over to race number 5, featuring the first Super High 5, number 1, Top of Her Trade, is removing cheek rolls and adding blinkers. Number 4, Red Dirt Diamond, will go from blind bridle to blinkers. Turning over to race number 6. Number 4, Rose Run Bad Boy, will go from a blind to an open bridle and adding a choke plate. Number 7, Bet the Game, the trainer of record is Kyle Durage. Turning over to race number 7. The number 3 entry, Ma Barker, is adding bell boots. Final change on this afternoon's program is in race number 10. The number 2 entry, Elm Grove Untamed, adding a jawbreaker. And that will complete the changes at this time on today's racing program. The Parmicho Wickets, they're open and selling. The first race post time in 23 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Run!
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here on Gold Cup and Saucer 67 Day, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Kurt, last night, the Gold Cup and Saucer consolation, the James Roach McGregor Memorial Arbitrage Hanover. Was I ever happy for Kenny Murphy?
Yeah, it was an excellent trip. First up last night, grinding it out in the first up attack mode, and he was able to clear up to the lead in deep stretch. He set the record in a Governor's Plate elimination in Summerside. He set the new standard up there in Summerside, and then he had a couple horrible post positions to follow it up there in the Governor's Plate final, and another bad post the very next start. And so he's finally drew inside, had a good post last night to attack from, post 3, and he made it count because he was large first up for Kenny Murphy. So let's pick them up at the half.
No breathers here. Here comes Arbitrage Hanover and Ken Murphy, and they'll engage now as they race around turn 3. And it is stride for stride now with Pappy's Rocket dealing with Arbitrage Hanover on the outside off a half of 54 seconds across the backstretch. The Magic Moment gaps the pocket spot. Up and around him, Twinbee Tough Enough is now third. Picked off badly was Nutton, Butt Finesse on the inside. A bad shuffle. JMR Speakaway ranges up fourth on the outside, and he's looking for more. From the back of the pack, Dalton Shard, he's now fifth. And now Nutton Butt Finesse is sixth on the outside. Then the Magic Moment and Mappo's Line, 3/4. How about that? 1:21 and 2. You got to be kidding me. Arbitrage Hanover on the outside and fighting on. Pappy's Rocket on the rail. Arbitrage Hanover, gigantic first over for Ken Murphy. They're going to win it. Arbitrage Hanover. Dalton Shard up for second. J.M. Speakaway was third. And then it was Twinbee Tough Enough and Nothing But Finesse. Arbitrage Hanover, 150 and 2 in a thriller.
Yeah, what an effort last night, Kurt. Coming first up, those 3/4 in 1:21 and 2. I was watching. I said, "Oh, we might have another track record here."
Yeah, he came first up on a dandy horse and Poppy's Rocket there, and David Dowling. They put up big fractions early, and Kenny just kept grinding it away with Arbitrage Hanover. Great to see for the Murphy family. I know them very well. They're family friends. My dad used to be stable with Cliff way back in the day, and so nice to see Cliff out there too as well. I know Steven. I played hockey with Steven growing up, and Kenny was just a little guy running around the hockey arenas when we were kids. So Kenny's been at it a long time, real good guy. Nice to see him get that win and that Roach McGregor. I know it meant a lot to him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a great guy. Smiling Kenny Murphy, they say, and he does it all. Like he's a driver, he's a trainer, he shoes himself. Like he's the real deal.
Yeah, he does it all, and he's got a sweet tooth. I heard in Nick Oak's article that he likes to eat ice cream every night, and I think he was going to go to 3 scoops of ice cream last night after that big win. So, yeah, it was great to see for Kenny Murphy and the Murphy family getting the win with Arbitrage Hanover. Over $500,000 made lifetime, that horse. Just a dandy horse that he has, and Kenny and Clef have done an excellent job with him. So, yeah, congrats to the connections of Arbitrage Hanover winning the Roach McGregor Memorial last night. We're about 10 minutes away from the opener. We'll be back in a few moments with our selections.
First race is the Guy Cadet Memorial, the Round Post Parade, number 1 all-day press, owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barriel. Stay Dreamy 2, owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan, Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. 3, The Gambling Man, owned by John Collins, Robbie Hughes, and Jean-Marc McKenzie, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes driving. Now here comes the 4, Dusty Duke, owned and trained by Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. David Dowling will drive. Jacob Sweet does the post parade. Five is P.H. Loverboy, owned by Dr. Jim Shive of Rhines Creek, Nova Scotia, trained by Trevin Shive, Landing Campbell. Shadow Roman 6, owned by a numbered company out of Mount Jolie, Quebec, trained by Charles Goodrow, Mark Campbell. 7 is Twin B, John B, owned by Charles and Maxime Goodrow. Charles does the training, Maxine's in the driver's seat. Number 8, Captain Vespa G, is owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., and Miles Jr. drives. 4 minutes, first race post time. Welcome to Gold Cup and Saucer Day at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Rocky Skirman and Kurt Hughes have details on the Isle Pick 5 and the rest of the wagering plays on today's program.
That's it out to the track. For the afternoon's opener, it is the Guy Cadet Memorial. First half of the Daily Double Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta Triactor. It is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent Isle Pick 5. Kurt's landing on the 2 in here. Stay Dreamy. 2-year-old Bay Colt by Stay Hungry from Mike Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay. Earl Watts is the trainer. And Paul Angel in the bike. Kurt?
This is a really competitive field here in the opener this afternoon to kick things off here in race 1. Stay Dreamy, 2-year-old colt by Stay Hungry. This one just missed last time out. Head the rail, just second by neck at the finish. 57-2. Pretty good race time. Pretty good fractions early in that race. 28-3. Threw down a big half of 57-4. 3/4 127. And just get collared late in that mile. Another good second, 2-back, 57-1. And then had that win in Summerside, 58-1 with a real good closer. 28-3. This one's having pretty good luck at the draw. If you look down the lines at the rail every single week, and this time post 2 for Stay Dreamy and Langell. So I think the Watts stable tough to beat this week, and this one will be tough to beat from this inside draw. Even money.
And there we get a look at the rail sitter all-day press. A 2-year-old Bay Colt by Bulldog Hanover for Patrick Morris of Charlottetown. Ronnie Matheson is the trainer. Jill Barrio in the bike. Nice wire-to-wire win on August the 8th, Kurt.
Yeah, impressive sum by Bulldog Hanover. Got the job done from post 6, 58-2. Closing quarter, 29-2. Not an overly tough group he faced on that day. Much tougher field today, but he does have rail control, so the Maritime Magic Man should be able to set up shop up close to the action, and so I'm going to put them in there for the deuce at 7-1.
And there's a look at the 3, the Gambling Mans. A 3-year-old brown gelding by Militias for John Collins, Robbie Hughes, and John Mark McKenzie. Ashley Gamester trains. And your brother Jason in the bike.
Yeah, I really liked this guy last year. He was 5 for 6 in the top 3. He had lots of go to him. He was very, he seemed very competitive on the track. He looked like he had the will to go. And so making his first start of 2026 here during Gold Cup week, I have to think he'll be tentative early, but he does have a good closing kick. So I'll put the Gambling Man in from this inside draw. He shows those nice trips last year, 58 and change, 28-3 closer. When he draws inside, he should be forwardly placed here today. So I'm going to look for him to round out this top 3 at long odds. I'm looking for him today. He was 6-1 in the morning line. I thought he'd go off at long odds due to him making his first start back, and he is a long price right now at 35-1. The Gambling Man from Post 3.
Got some shout-outs this afternoon. I want to give a shout-out to David Kent and his wife Brenda, and that's from all of us here at Red Shores and your friends at the Kenny Arsenault Stables. So shout-out to David Kent and his wife Brenda. And I also have a birthday announcement here this afternoon. Birthday wishes to Jackson and Benjamin Pickram. They celebrate their 4th and 9th birthdays earlier this week. They're here watching their horses in the 4th and 5th race this afternoon. So shout-out to you and a happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores.
Minor delay in the start for Dusty Duke has returned to the paddock.
Here's my first look on the desk of that excellent view from the starting gate. The gate cam as the afternoon's opener, a field of 8 in the Guy Gaudette Memorial lineup in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
All day press, stay dreamy, the Gambling Man. Dusty Duke, PH Lover Boy. Shadow Roman, Twin B, John B, Captain Vesbit G, top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go. Up and pacing, Dusty Duke in the middle, leaving out between horses. Stay dreamy on the rail. All day press will guard the cones, and way out there, Shadow Roman comes up 4th. At the rail, the Gambling Man 5th, then in 6th on the inside, PH Lumberboy. On the outside for 7th, that's Twin B, John B, and the early trailer, Captain Bez Vigil on the backstretch. Shadow Roman drives up from the outside. In line to Mark Campbell. They'll clear the lead. All Day Press now goes second, racing third. That stayed Dreamy with a 28-4 opener. Racing from fourth, that's the Gambling Man on the outside. That's Dusty Duke caught out in fifth. Up the rail, PH Lover. Boya races sixth. Then seventh as they come towards that half mile. Twin B John B and the early trailer. That is Captain Bezvigi. At the opening half mile, Shadow Roman, the midway point leader. All Day Press. He muscles up in the 2-hole. 58-4 the half mile. Racing third, Stay Dreamy. Between horses, Dusty Duke fourth. 3 wide and coming up fifth, Twin B John B. Then in sixth, the Gambling Man. Seventh, that's P.H. Loverboy. Trailing the field, Captain Vesbit G. The 3/4 is the next station. Shadow Roman will get them there. All Day Press is second. Up the inside third, that is Stay Dreamy. Fourth on the outside, Twin B, John B. 3/4 tripped into one. 28-3, and they're homeward bound in the afternoon opener. Shadow Roman and Campbell the leader. All Day Press second. Stay Dreamy closing up third, but it's Shadow Roman in line to Mark Campbell. Stay Dreamy rallied in second. All Day Press will finish third. And the time for the mile to open it up, 1:57 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's opener. And we saw the 6, Kurt, Shadow Roman, parked well past that quarter in 28-4 to get to the front.
Yeah, Barrio stretched him out a little bit. Would have liked to see him stretch him out a little more, but 28-4, I guess, is what we'll take there. The 6 gets to the front, had that well-noticed middle half breather. They were kind of bunched up coming to the half, 58-4, 128 3 3/4, and he's a jog burger down the lane. 157 flat for Shadow Roman as he goes back-to-back for Campbell here, and he kicks things off with another impressive front-end victory. We'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next. Shadow Roman first, Stay Dreamy second, All Day Press third, 6-2-1, the unofficial try, and that's ice cold for Rocky Skirman here to kick things off in race 1 this afternoon.
Here comes Shadow Roman into the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the opener. Big Pacing Gelding, 3 years, son of Silver Hill Shadow. Off the Some Beat Somewhere Dam, Lido Magic. Home of the numbered company of Mount Jolie, Quebec. Bred by Lee Gavin of Tignish, trained by Charles Goodrow. In the hands of Mark Campbell. The horse goes back-to-back. It's another new pacing record of 157. Shadow Roman in the first. Eager at Memorial with that Winner's Circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results here in the first race. All Day Press third. Stay Dreamy was second. The Gambling Man fourth. Dusty Duke finished eighth and had broken equipment. P8 Lumber Boy sixth. Shadow Roman the race winner. Twin B John B fifth. Captain Vesbid G was seventh. 28 and 4. 58 and 4. 128 and 3. And the mile in 157. In review, 324, 861, 57. Shadow Roman 440, the Exactor 1460, and that Rocky Spearman Triactor, good way to open up the day. It was 3070, and the Superfecta 1407. Second race, it's the first division of the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes, and we have a real treat for you folks out there today here at the driving park. Fresh in from Cape Breton Island, Justin Turnbull. First run into Justin, he was 4. You know, he's just about up to my hips, and now he's 18, and he towers over me. But you're going to enjoy his call big time here as Old Home Week continues at the driving park. And I'll welcome Justin to the booth.
HPI, PEI customers and players across the country who wager $100 or more per card will receive up to $25 in cash back per day during Gold Cup Week at Redshores, Charlottetown. For these great offers, go to the App Store, download the HPI app, and sign up for free. HPI Bet. Be the first in line every time. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colts in the Grassroots Division. I'm going 1-3-2 in here, Kurt.
Yeah, I'm going 1-2-3. Easy as 1-2-3 here for me, Rocky, and 2-1-3 for the post-time picks, Peter McPhee, and 1-2-3 in the classifiers choices. So we're all sticking to the inside here for race 2, and the horses are making their way out of the paddock. Post parade is next.
Second race entries, they are on track for Post Parade. Bet on Evil, the one, is owned by Shane Baglow and Max Webster Stable. Trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dallin drives the one. Bet on Evil. 2, Starship Sharky, is owned by Clyde Poyer and Herb Mason. Trained by Earl Watts. Paul Angel on the 2. Starship Sharky. 3, Woodmere Styles, owned by the Red Oak Stables. Trained by Jamie Smith. Anthony McDonald pilots the 3, Woodmere Styles. 4, Gastone Phil, is owned, trained, and driven by Donald McNeil. The 4 is Gastone Phil. 5, Galway Bay, is owned, trained, and driven by Monica Sutherland. The 5 is Galway Bay. 6, Somewhere Racy, is owned by Jeffrey Wallace and Jeremy Doucette. Jeffrey Wallace is the trainer. Jacob Sweet drives the 6, Somewhere Racy. And rounding out the field is the 7, St. Patrick's Morn, is owned and trained by Alan McDonald. Kenny Murphy drives the 7, St. Patrick's Morn. Down to 4 minutes to post time here on the second race. The $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer is tonight at Red Shore, Charlottetown, and proudly presented by the Atlantic Lottery.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Olivia Carver, and I will be representing the Canadian MS Society at this year's Gold Cup and Saucer. MS Society is a national nonprofit organization dedicated to finding a cure for multiple sclerosis, helping enhance the quality of life of affected individuals, and providing support for their families. This cause is very close to my heart as 2 of the people dearest to me face this chronic autoimmune disease. It is a great honor to represent the MS Society of Canada and the wonderful work that they do.
Let's head over to the track for today's second race. Joe Bryan Memorial 3-year-old Colts Grassroots Division for $13,100. We're landing on the one here, Kurt, on the rail. It's Bet on Evil, a 3-year-old brown gelding by Bet the Moon for Shane Baglow of Cornwall and Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Jennifer Doyle, the trainer. It's David Dowling in the bike.
Yeah, this colt's pretty good when he draws inside. He had the rail there, 2 back. Was an easy winner, 56-1. I remember back when Mike had this colt. I think he was a winner on the front end for Mike, maybe last year, maybe free-legged as a 2-year-old, if my memory is correct. But yeah, when he draws inside, he's pretty good. And so he was a winner from the trailer spot as well. He had post 9, made a move to the front in the middle half of the mile and was able to get up for the win in 56-4. So off those 2 wins, now that he's back inside, I'm going to put him on top here at 2-1.
And there's a look at the 2, Starship Sharky, a 3-year-old, a big gelding by Somewhere Fancy for Claude Poirier, who's also the breeder. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere Farms, is the breeder, and Paul Angel will do the driving.
Yeah, this one I've been racing in the Atlantic Sire Stakes A division a couple starts and doing quite well, picking up checks, racing a PI Colstate Grassroot. Had a tough post, so post 7 in that Grassroot last time out. Still managed to pick up a check, finishing 4th in 58 flat. 5 for 10 in the top 3, a little over 12,000 in earnings. Moves inside here to post 2, not an overly tough group. And so with Bet on Evil, with that good early speed, I think Starship Sharky could map out a perfect 2-hole ride. So I'm going to put them in there for the deuce at 8-5.
And there's a look at the 3, Woodmere Styles, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Roll With It Harry for Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown. Woodmere Farms of Marshfield are the breeders. Jamie Smith, the trainer, and Anthony McDonald in the bike today, Kurt.
Yeah, Woodmere Styles looking for his first win of the campaign. 5 for 13 in the top 3, but still looking for win number 1 here this year. And Anthony McDonald home. He had a pretty good start the other night there with Woodmere Rocket. He was incredible for him in 52, setting the new standard for 2-year-olds. So he's in the bike here aboard another Jamie Smith trainee from Woodmere Farms, and they got a good inside draw, and Anthony's quite aggressive, especially when he comes home for big week. And he's got a big drive ahead of him tonight from this exact post with Time Is On My Side in the Gold Cup and Saucer. And so I'm sure he'll do pretty good in that race. He was good in his trial. I thought he was on the front end in that trial with Time Is On My Side. And Anthony actually thought he was pretty close to winning that race. And it was a 3-horse photo. So he is good on the front end, and that's where he likes to be. So Woodmere Styles in this race could be heading for the front with Anthony McDonald in the seat. 4-1 currently.
And there's a look at that very impressive gate cam as they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starter gate for the afternoon second race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colts grassroots. Let's go upstairs to Justin Turnbull.
Bet on Evil, Starship Sharky, Woodmere Styles, Gaston Phil, Galway Bay, Somewhere Racing, St. Patrick's Morn on the outside. Joe O'Brien Memorial, 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers, top of the stretch. Showtime. They're off and pacing on the rail is Bet on Evil from the 2-hole. That's Starship Sharky. And joining them 3 wide on the outside, that'll be Woodmere Styles. 4th along the pylons is Galway Bay. 5th will be Gaston Phil. And the 2 trailers are Somewhere Racy. And at the back, St. Patrick's Morn. Up the backside for time 1, David Dowling had rail control. He's got Bet on Evil right up on the choo-choo. Sitting in the 2-hole, that'll be Starship Sharky. Sitting in 3rd is Woodmere Styles. 4th will be Galway Bay. St. Patrick's Star there. The opening quarter, 28 and 1. Opened it up for Bet on Evil. Sitting in the 2-hole is Starship Sharky. Woodmere Styles comes out of the turn 3rd. Galway Bay, she's considering a move to the outside 4th. Then 5th will be Gaston Phil. And the 2 trailers, Somewhere Racy and St. Patrick's Morn. They're halfway home in the 2nd, led by Bet on Evil and David Dowling. First up from 2nd, there goes Woodmere Styles. The opening half mile was up 57 and 3. Sitting 3rd will be Starship Sharky. 2nd over 4th, well spotted, is Galway Bay. And they are moving 3 high down the backside. 5th is Gaston Phil. Then underway from 6th is Somewhere Racy. St. Patrick's Morn the trailer as they're arriving at 3/4. Bet on Evil, he looks to sprint away for them. 3/4 was stepped in 1:26 and 1 as they're coming with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. David Dowling looks to sprint away with Bet on Evil. Starship Sharky is 2nd. Galway Bay on the outside 3rd. As they're at the top of the stretch, David Dowling will go wire to wire with Bet on Evil. Up for the deuce is Galway Bay. Gaston Phil rallied up late to be 3rd. Bet on Evil, wire to wire, 1:56 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon second race. And we saw the 1, Bet on Evil, and David Dowling go all the way here this afternoon, Kurt. New race win record.
Yeah, as we predicted, he loves when he draws inside, and he took full advantage right down the road. Dowling and Bet on Evil, 28 and 1, 57 and 3, 126 and 1. Closed in 29 and 4 for a nice victory here of 156 flat. And that's a new speed badge for the 3-year-old gelding by Bet the Moon. He captures the first Joe O'Brien 3-year-old colt grassroots division. Good person here, 13,100. We'll see Bet on Evil and Dowling back in that Crown Rust Protection winner's circle next.
Bet on Evil will visit the Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle here in the second race. Joe O'Brien Memorial, 3-year-old Pacing Colts Grassroots Division. He is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Bet the Moon from the Western Ideal Dam. Evil Flight is owned by Shane Bagel from Cornwall, Prince Edward Island. Max Webster Stable from Inverness, Nova Scotia. Trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling's in the bike for the win. That's the 3rd win this season for the colt. That'll be his 5th lifetime, and he will pace to a new race win record of 156 flat. Bet on Evil and David Dowling in the second.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Second race now official. Bet on Evil, the race winner. Starship Sharky 4th. Woodmere Styles was 6th. Gaston Phil 3rd. Galway Bay was 2nd. Somewhere Racy 5th. St. Patrick's Morn was 7th. Fractions were 28-1, 57-3, 126-1, and the mile 156 flat. In review 146, 32, 57. Bet on Evil paid $470. The exactor paid $11.50. Triactor come in at $193.10. The $2 daily double, $17 even. And the Superfecta paid $130.35. Third race comes up next in 8 minutes.
HPI and Red Shores are excited to present a special offer for PEI horse players. PEI customers will receive a $10 deposit by signing up for an HPI account during Old Home Week. Join for free at hpibet.com/bonus10 or visit Redshores.ca for more details. For these great offers and more, go to the App Store, download the HPI app, and sign up for free. HPI Bet. Be the first in line every time. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. Parker Realty Limited Pace. I like 5-1-2 in here. Kurt Hughes is going 6-1-2. Post time picks at 1-6-2, and the classifier's choice is 6-1-4 in the third race. In 5 minutes, and a line to be announced on the 2. You're Not Catching Me from the 20th of August here. Left on the rail. Finished third. Race time 2 minutes 4/5. The driver was Mike McGuigan.
Third race on the track set for the post parade. Parker Realty Limited will be in the winner's circle. Number 1, Lilja Hanover. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale. Trained by Earl Watch. Mark Campbell drives. You're Not Catching Me, number 2. Owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond for trainer-driver Mike McGuigan. Roy Oswildy, number 3. Owned by Ryan and Roy Doucette of South Rossico. Ryan Doucette trains, driven by Kenny Murphy. Hurricane Fiona wears number 4, owned and trained by Tiffany Ball of Charlottetown, Ryan Daraj. 5, I'm a Country Girl, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford, Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. Pandora Senna 6, owned and trained by Claire Sweet of Valeri. The drive goes to David Dowling. 3 minutes to post time. The 2026 Birthplace of Confederation Series is named in honor of Wilma McClure and proudly presented by the City of Charlottetown.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's third race. Parker Realty Limited Pace, Exactor 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor wagering in here. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. I'm sure that I picked the 6 as well. I know it has 5 on the screen there, but anyway, Kurt, you're on to the 6. Pandora Senna, 3-year-old bay filly by Evening of Pleasure for Claire Sweet of O'Leary, who's also the trainer. It's David Dowling in the bike.
Yeah, I didn't really like the body language of this one just a few seconds ago there, kind of on the gallop, but looks to be going quite well now. Pandora Senna coming in off that mile in 58-3, and now winners of 1 here from the rail. Closed in 28-2. That's what jumped off the page to me. 28-2 closer in this race here today should be enough to get the job done. Not an overly tough group, but does have a really, really tough post to deal with. And again, over in that turn over there, she was kind of galloping a bit, and she's still kind of fighting David a little bit there. She's got the ear hood on, and she's got, I see the Shady Daisy shadow roll on, so may not be the easiest filly to drive as he's wrestling her pretty good out there right now. But hopefully she behaves herself and can get off the gate well, because with that closing speed, again, I think she is the one to be. Currently 2-1 on the board.
And I just noticed that I did type in the 5 by mistake, so I'll eat that one. I'll go with the 5. I meant to put in the 6, but that's okay. There is the rail sitter in here. Lila Hanover, 2-year-old bay filly by Better's Delight for Windermere Farms of Springvale. Earl Watts, the trainer. It's Mark Campbell in the bike.
Looked this up on Google the other night. I think it's Leela Hanover. So Leela Hanover. Yeah. Okay. From the rail, the 2-year-old filly by Better's Delight. Shot off to the front there from post 4 last time out. Got a nice 2-hole ride, but was a distant second to the house that built me 59-3. So with that good early speed, I'll look for this one to push out from the rail. Campbell and Watts, again, just tough to beat this week. And so I'll look for Campbell to push out and get a good trip up close to the action. 6-5 currently on the one.
And there we get a peek at the 2. You're Not Catching Me. That line from the 20th of August, left on the rail, finished 3rd, 2 minutes 4/5 with Mike McGuigan. Mike's driving and training for Josh McDonald of Little Pond, this 2-year-old filly by Danson Lukert.
Yep, 3rd, as you mentioned, in the last outing, and a real tough outing prior to that. From post 6, parked the distance, ended up 4th in 2:05-1. Tough post. The start before that as well, from post 8, but had a real good start in that first start off in their first pari-mutuel start there from post 2. Finished 2nd, just beat quarter length at the finish in 2:02-4. So post draw is the friend to this one, and after a couple outside draws, moving back inside, I think this one could be a part of this triactor play. So You're Not Catching Me currently 7-2. Looks like Keith Ford and Ryan Darash, if you're tuning in at home, coming right into your living room. As the field for race 3. Love the look of that new gate cam. The field of the 3rd. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate is the Parker Realty Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Kurt, we're flooded with Cape Bretoners here. Oh, just like any other Old Home Week, and time to welcome Todd and Brennan. They're in the booth, and they're about to watch the 3rd race from the best seat in the house here at the Driving Park, Charlottetown. Elijah Hanover, You're Not Catching Me, Roy Oz Alley, Hurricane Fiona, I'm a Country Girl, Pandora Senna, Post Time, the Rough and Pacing, You're Not Catching Me is the first one out. On the rail, Elijah Hanover goes second, racing from 3rd. Hurricane Fiona away up the rail 4th. That's Roy Oz Lily. Then in 5th, I'm a Country Girl, and the early trailer, that is Pandora Senna. On the backstretch, that's the 2-year-old Danson Lou filly out in front. You're Not Catching Me in line to Mike McGuigan by 2. Second is Elijah Hanover. Hurricane Fiona's away 3rd. That's Roy Oz Lily in 4th. I'm a Country Girl goes 5th. Then the trailer, that is Pandora Senna. They open it up in 28-4. Off the turn they come towards the half mile. Out in front, You're Not Catching Me has the lead on Elijah Hanover 2nd. Racing 3rd, that's Hurricane Fiona. I'm a Country Girl's underway from the back now 4th. Following the cover out 5th, Pandora Senna. And now the trailer, Roy Oz Lily. Halfway home in the 3rd, You're Not Catching Me, the midway point leader in 59 seconds flat. 2-hole ride, Elijah Hanover on the outside. I'm a Country Girl 3rd. Fourth on the cones, Hurricane Fiona. Going 3 wide, fifth. That's Pandora Senna. And the trailer, Roy Oz Lily. Here comes the 3/4. You're Not Catching Me is the leader there. Elijah Hanover goes second. Pandora Senna has picked up third now on the outside. 3/4 in 1:28 and 3 with an eighth of a mile out. That is You're Not Catching Me, and they may not here today. Second is Elijah Hanover. Pandora Senna's moved up for third. They're in deep. Stretch now on the wire next, and they won't catch her. You're Not Catching Me all the way for Mike McGuigan. Second, Elijah Hanover. Pandora Senna third. And the time for the mile in 1:57.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's third race. Parker Realty Limited Pace. And we saw You're Not Catching Me. They didn't today, Kurt.
Yeah, this filly looked really nice on the front end. First time I had a really up-close look at her. Mike put her right on the front end from post 2, 28 and 4. Well rated by McGuigan on the front end. You got that nice second quarter breather, half 59, 3/4. 128 and 3. They stepped it up a notch in the final panel, closed in 28 and 4. She looked good here today. Nice, big, good-looking filly by Dancin' Lou. She gets it done here in the third. The Parker Realty Pace. Nice trip, 157 and 2. The maiden breaking score for this 2-year-old good-looking filly by Dancin' Lou. We'll see her back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
You're Not Catching Me lived up to her name here in the third, and she's in the winner's circle. Bay Pacing Filly 2 by Dancin' Lou off the Who's Your Boy Dam. Up front, Who's Your Lady? Owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond. Bred by Wayne and Linda Schaefer of Pennsylvania. Mike McGuigan training and driving the filly on top at every call to a maiden record of 1:57 and 2. You're Not Catching Me captures the Parker Realty Limited cooler presentation here in the third. Now the official results from the third race. Elijah Hanover was second. You're Not Catching Me, the winner. Roy Oz Lily fifth. Hurricane Fiona sixth. I'm a Country Girl fourth. Pandora Senna finished third. 28 and 4, 59. 128 and 3, and the mile 157 and 2. From the top, your program reached 215,643. You're Not Catching Me paid $10.50. The Exactor 26.40, Triactor 39.60, and the Superfecta 16.68.
Red Shores is pleased to offer HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. Players can now wager in Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island.
Fourth race is the Milton Vale Park Milton Community Hall pace. I'll Walk the Line, number 1. Owned and trained by Kerry Saunders of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Keith Legg drives. Number 2, Elm Grove Treasure is scratched. 3 is West Coast Kid. Owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, and Colton Prophet. Trained by Philip Kelly. Paul Langell drives. Just Call Me Doc, number 4. Owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. Number 5 is Code 3, Todd Hardy, training and driving for Trish Hardy of Georgetown. Number 6 is Woodmere Sheldon, owned by Eve and Corey Pickram and Adam Blunden. Trained by Corey Pickram, Kerry Romeo up. Number 7, All Better, owned by Ken Hardy from Bedford. Glenn Hardy of Middlesackville, Nova Scotia. Trained by Cliff Murphy, driven by Kenny Murphy at 4 minutes to post time. Rocky and Kurt are back in a moment, but first a message from Gold Cup Ambassador Cassidy McKinnon.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Cassidy McKinnon, and I'll be representing the QEH Foundation at this year's Gold Cup and Saucer. The QEH Foundation is committed to improving island healthcare by raising funds for medical equipment and clinical priorities. Their work ensures islanders receive high-quality medical care. As a longtime volunteer and a future healthcare worker, I'm honored to be representing the QEH Foundation as my charity.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 4th race. Milton Vale Park and Milton Community Hall pace. Exactor 20-cent superfecta triactor wagering here in race 4. Scratch the 2, Elm Grove Treasure. There's a look at the 7, All Better, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight for Ken Hardy of Bedford and Glenn Hardy of Middlesackville, Nova Scotia. I believe they're the owners of Arbitrage Hanover as well, Kurt. Clifford Murphy is the trainer and his boy Kenny Murphy in the bike.
Yeah, I believe you're right. All Better showing some pretty nice lines, 56-4, 2 back, and then had a good 2-hole ride last time out on the drop to the non-winners at 301, 57-2. And so All Better looking for that elusive win. 2 for 22 last year, 0 for 3 so far this year, and has drawn the outside, but shows some really nice lines in the last 3 starts there off the qualifier. So the first 3 starts of the season look pretty good, so could be ready to pop here in this 4th race. I'm going to take All Better and Kenny Murphy. He's riding hot streak, coming in off that big win last night. Kenny and Cliff coming off that win in the consolation with Arbitrage Hanover. They got a really good shot to head back to that winner's circle here with All Better at even money.
There's a look at the 4, Just Call Me Doc, an 8-year-old bay horse by Steelhead Hanover for Doug and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford is the trainer and the driver on this one, Kurt, looking for his first win of the season.
Yeah, and if you're out there looking for a value play here today, Just Call Me Doc could be your ticket. Heading tough outside post last time out. Never get into the mile, but had back-to-back deuces before that. 58-3, 58-2, 2 starts back. Both back just 2 1/4 in that second last start. Back 3 1/4, 3 back. Cleared up to the lead in that third start back there. I had him picked to win that week, and he cleared up to the lead, but the first up bid took a bite out of him, and he faded there to second in that mile. But he's drawn in a good spot here against a group that this horse can definitely beat. He's got some back class, as I mentioned in previous races, that he was a really good stake colt back in the day, struggling to find his way as an aged horse. So over the last couple of years, still looking for that first win. He was 0 for 16 last year, 0 for 11 this year, but today could be his day on Saturday afternoon during Gold Cup week. Good price on him right now. Bim Ford and Just Call Me Doc at 3-1.
And Kurt, you and I are matching strides in here. After that 2-horse was scratched, I had the 2 in there, but 7-4-3. Well, maybe we can both go ice cold in this one. There's the 3, West Coast Kid. 8-year-old Big Gelding by Better Than Cheddar for Lynn McLaren and John McKenzie and Colton Profit. Philip Kelly, the trainer. It's Paul Angel in the bike.
Yeah, he's a better horse than he's been shown to. He 2 for 24 last year. He had that win 57-2, and he's been just okay so far this year. 0 for 5 in the top 3. So looking to get off the schneid here. West Coast Kid and Langell for trainer Philip Kelly. Had that qualifier 2 minutes 1/5, third by a length, and so we'll look for them to close it out here. Hopefully they can get back on track and grab a piece of this try at 7-2.
Can't say enough about this gate cam, Kurt. I know it's been talked about. Lee's talked about it a lot, and you and I have talked about it, but it adds a lot to this broadcast here this afternoon as the 4th race, 7-4-3 for both of us. I don't know if that'll count for me with the 2 being scratched here. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance.
Well, my new friend from Inverness is Elliot Smith, and he's joining me here in the booth here as Gold Cup and Saucer Day continues at the driving park in Charlottetown. I'll walk the line, West Coast Kid, Just Call Me Doc, Code 3, Woodmere Sheldon, all better, post time. Up and pacing from the far outside, all better. Code 3 in the middle towards the rail. That's West Coast Kid as they race on around the turn. Going to the 8th, it'll be West Coast Kid for Langell out in front, and they're coming 3 wide after him in between horses. Just Call Me Doc at the rail. I'll walk the line, all better. On the outside 4th, to get away 5th, Woodmere Sheldon, and trailing the field, that is Code 3. They're over to the first corner. West Coast Kid, the fraction setter for Langell. Just Call Me Doc is caught out. Racing from second, I'll walk the line. We'll round the turn 3rd. They open it up and it's solid 28 seconds flat. Off the turn they come towards the half mile. And on the point, West Coast Kid is the fraction center. Just Call Me Doc dropped in. He's now second. I'll walk the line. Races 3rd. All better goes 4th. Then in 5th, it's Code 3 trailing the field. That is Woodmere Sheldon. They're halfway home here in the 4th. On the front end, West Coast Kid in 57-4. Racing from second is Just Call Me Doc. All better at the rail 3rd. On the outside, I'll walk the line 4th. Code 3 5th. And on the outside 6th, that is Woodmere Sheldon. They go to 3/4 next. Getting them there, West Coast Kid. Just Call Me Doc 2nd. All better will pick up 3rd at the rail. I'll walk the line on the outside 4th. Code 3 5th. Woodmere Sheldon 6th. 1:28-1 down at 3/4. Just an 1/8 of a mile to go. West Coast Kid will try to see it through. On the outside, Just Call Me Doc. All better 3rd. They're in deep stretch now. West Coast Kid and Langell all the way in the 4th. Second is Just Call Me Doc, and All Better will finish 3rd. And the time for the mile in 1:57.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's fourth race. Milton Vale Park and Milton Community Hall pace. Kurt, West Coast kid, got a big monkey off his back, getting his first win of the season, but he hasn't been in the top three, so that's a big one.
Yeah, big win for him here today. I knew it was only a matter of time before he showed up at the horse that we saw last year. He was a pretty nice horse over the last few seasons for the connections, but so far this year just hasn't found his way. Well, today he did. Langell put him right on the front end, 28, big opening quarter, 57-4. Big trip from the 4 as well, Just Call Me Doc. He was out quite a ways before he's get into that 2 hole, and all better. Still trying to find his way here. So we had a kind of a group underperforming this year, but nice to see West Coast kid, like you said, get the monkey off his back. He was 0 for 5 coming in, and he does get the W here in this Milton Vale Park and Milton Community Hall pace. They get the job done on a front-end mission with Langell in the seat. Nice trip, 157-4, and they're back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
West Coast Kid arriving at the fourth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 8 by Better Than Cheddar off the Western Hanover Dam. Made West. Owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, and Colton Prophet. Bred by Winback Farms. Trained by Philip Kelly, Paul Langell. Had them on top at every call in 157-4. West Coast Kid captures the Milton Vale Park Milton Community Hall pace with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now, the official results in the fourth race, I'll Walk the Line fifth. Elmgrove Treasure was Scotch. West Coast Kid the winner. Just Call Me Doc second. Code 3 was fourth. Woodmere Sheldon finished sixth. All Better was third. They went 28, 57, and 4. 128 and 1. And the Mild in 157 and 4. In review, 5 scratch 1, 2, 4, 6, 3. West Coast Kid, 1090. The Exactor, 4250. The Triactor, 5180. And the Superfecta was 5444.
And there is a look at the crowds coming in for tonight, Kurt. It's Gold Cup and Saucer number 67 tonight. Post time 5 o'clock. It's presented by Atlantic Lottery. And there is a look at look at all those chairs. People getting their chairs for their spots for tonight, Kurt.
Yeah, everybody gets their chairs up against the fence there, and everybody's got a great seat for tonight's races. Good crowd so far this afternoon. Excellent weather for it, Rocky. We've had pretty good weather all week long, and today is just a fabulous day. Going to be nice tonight too. The rain that we're getting isn't coming until tomorrow, so just perfect for tonight's big card. And this afternoon we got a pretty good card here with the Joe O'Brien Grassroots. So great to see folks out enjoying themselves today in the tarmac. Great afternoon.
Welcome to Red Shores in Charlottetown, and hopefully you stick around tonight for Gold Cup and Saucer number 67.
King of Gutters sponsors the fifth race on parade top of her trade one, owned by Corey and Eve Pick from East Mountain, Nova Scotia. Corey does the training. Kerry Romeo does the driving. Woodmere Heather M, number 2, owned by Alana Peterson from Orangedale, Nova Scotia, trained by Luke Burke, Paul Langell. Always Be Me, number 3, owned by Ed Harvey of Tattamagush, and Keith Legg from Upper North River, Nova Scotia. Keith is the trainer-driver. Number 4, Red Dirt Diamond. Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown is the owner, trainer, and the driver. 5 is Redland Peaches, owned by Mark Rain and Lael Ramsey of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Number 6 is Jaffatika, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Sr. and driven by Miles Heffernan Jr. Number 7 is Singer's Choice, owned by Paul Banks of St. John, New Brunswick. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Number 8 is Elm Grove Quest, owned and trained by Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick, driven by David Dowling. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 on this Saturday afternoon. And once again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going with the 3, Always Be Me. She had a big-time layoff, but she looked good her last start as Keith Legg sent her right on down the road, winning by a little better than 7 and 58 and 4. Had a good closing quarter of 29 and 1. I like the 6, Jaffatika, in here with Miles Heffernan Jr. at the lines on this day. Coming up with a third-place finish last time around, pacing a mile and 57 and change. I went to the 5 Redland Peaches for that Kurt Hughes show dough in here for the Triactor. For fourth, I'm on the far outside Elm Grove Quest, and I'll close it out with the 7 Singer's Choice. 36587 from up here in the booth. Gentlemen, how do you see it?
Yeah, I'm going to the outside, Vance. I got the 8 on top, Elm Grove Quest. I'm going to take a shot at Dowling and Jones in here. Winner 2 back from off the pace, 57-1, so I'm going to put them on top. I like the 6, Jaffatika for second, the 7, Singer's Choice for third, and then I'm going to throw in the 3, Always Be Me, and Woodmere Heather M. So I'm at 8-6-7-3-2 for my super high 5 play.
Well, we got the same numbers here. I'm going to go with the 6, Jaffatika. As you mentioned, Vance, Miles Heffernan Jr. gets the call to drive today. I like that start there in Charlottetown here on June the 25th. Shows a mile in 1:55.2. So I put her on top. For second, the 3, Always Be Me. Then I went to the far outside with Elm Grove Quest. The 7, Singer's Choice, rounded it out with the 2, Woodmere Heather M. 63872 here in the King of Gutters Pace Super High 5 in race 5.
And Rocky, I was almost going to go 8-6-7-5-3 in here, but you know the old tune?
8-6-7-5-3-0-9.
There you go. I went with the first 3, 8-6-7, but I threw in the 3 and 2 for my super high 5 play here in the 5th.
Doesn't get any better than that, gentlemen.
Me singing. Could James Patrick Roach report to the security podium at the entrance to the casino, please? James Patrick Roach, report to the security podium at the entrance to the casino, please. The afternoon's 5th race has a field of 8 moving up into the Metro Home Building Center, starting a King of Gutters pace. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Top of her trade, Woodmere Heather M. Always Be Me. Red Dirt Diamond Redland Peaches, Jaffatika. Singer's Choice, Elm Grove Quest on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Always Be Me is not going to make the start in here. And now they're going under a recall here. Starter has a late recall underway here in the 5th. Par Mutual windows remain open and selling. Starter charged the recall to 3, Always Be Me, for broken equipment.
Got a happy birthday shout out this afternoon to Kirk Paris from all of us here at Red Shores and the CC Stables. Happy birthday. Hope you're enjoying your day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do now have a late scratch in race number 5. The number 3, Always Be Me, has been scratched and will not go. Refunds available. Late scratch here in the 5th. Number 3, Always Be Me, will not race.
Okay, we got a little scratch of the 3 here in our tickets, so I'm going to change my ticket to 86752. I think Redland Peaches can be a part of this ticket now with the 3 scratch. Kind of changes the landscape of this one. So we're scratched down to a field of 7 here, and so still time to get in and maybe make an adjustment to your selections here in this 5th race with the 3 Always Be Me scratch. 5-2 on the morning line, I'm sure, in a lot of on a lot of tickets here in this 5th race. So still time to change your ticket and get in here in this 5th race again. I'm going 86752, Rocky.
68725 now for me. 68725. Vance Cameron, do you have another super high 5? It looks like there's some time there. We got another birthday announcement here this afternoon. Happy birthday to Phil Sizer. Celebrates his birthday today. Happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores.
So now with the 3 out of this race, the odds are changing. We got 23-1 on Top of Her Trade from the rail. 5-2 on Woodmere Heather M. The 3, a late scratch, Always Be Me, and Keith Legg. They will not go. 14-1 on Red Dirt Diamond. 6-5 Redland Peaches. Looks like this one has a real good shot in here now with the scratch of the 3 to be a piece of this super high 5. The 6, 5-2 Jeff Atika. Singer's Choice has a good shot in here as well. And Elm Grove Quest, all these outside horses get a little help now with that 3 scratch. They all move in one spot. So Elm Grove Quest, my top play, good price. You're getting some value with that outside post at 9-2. Still time to get in on this 5th race.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the fifth race, we do await the arrival of number 4, Red Dirt Diamond, back to the track. This mare returned for broken equipment.
Okay, the 4 Red Dirt Diamond back on track here for race 5. Again, late scratch of the 3, always be me. Hopefully you've had time to adjust your plays in this 5th race. Super High 5 here in race 5. King of Gutters Pace, scratched down to a field of 7. Thank you for your patience as we get ready to roll here in this 5th race. Again, late scratch of the 3, scratched down to a field of 7. 25-1 currently on top of her trade. 2-1 on the 2, Woodmere Heather M. Again, the 3 scratch. 15-1 on the 4. Now 7-1 on the 4, Red Dirt Diamond. 9-5, Redland Peaches. 2-1 on Jeff Atika. 14-1, Singer's Choice. 4-1 on my top play, Elm Grove Quest, here in this 5th race. Okay, scratch down to a field of 7 here in the King of Gutters Pace. Super High 5 time here in Charlottetown. They're up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Top of her trade, Woodmere Heather M, Red Dirt Diamond, Redland Peaches, Java Tika, Singer's Choice, Elm Grove Quest. Top of the stretch. Ready for start. Green light, go this time, and up the rail, that's top of her trade. The first one out, Chapatika coming from the outside. Woodmere Heather M is third around the turn between horses Red Dirt Diamond fourth, moving up fifth, Singer's Choice. Elm Grove Quest is sixth, then the trailer, that is Redland Peaches. On the backstretch, guarding the cones, top of her trade, in line to carry Romeo. Up and after the leader, here comes Japatika, set to take over from Miles Heffernan Jr. Second is top of her trade. Now in third, Woodmere Heather M, Red Dirt Diamond fourth. Then in fifth, that's Singer's Choice. Elm Grove Quest is sixth. And the trailer, that is Redland Peaches. 28-3 was the opening quarter. Off the turn they come, and they're in straight alignment towards the half mile. Now on the point, that's Japatika, opening by almost 3. Make it 3. Second, that is top of her trade. On the outside, third, Woodmere Heather M. Red Dirt Diamond tipped out fourth. Up the rail, Singer's Choice fifth. Elm Grove Quest on the outside, 6. And up the rail, Redland Peaches, 57-3 for an opening half mile. With 3/8 left to go on the lead, it's Japatika now by 4. Moving up second is Woodmere Heather M, top of her trade at the rail third. Elm Grove Quest is coming 3 wide fourth. Red Dirt Diamond between horses. Redland Peaches, she's winding up in the backfield now, 6. Trailing the field, Singer's Choice. They arrived at 3/4 in 1:27 and 1. Japatika holds the lead, shrinking big time. 3 high. Redland Peaches now coming on to take over. Elm Grove Quest in the middle gets second. Japatika third, top of her trade. Singer's Choice way wide. Here's Redland Peaches and Corey McPherson, a going away winner. Might have been Singer's Choice. Up for the deuce was Elm Grove Quest third. 1:57 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 5th race. King of Gutters Pace. Kurt, you touched on Redland Peaches in the intro to this race.
Yeah, funny when there's one scratch. It just changes the landscape and the way the race is going to go. The 6 get out to an early lead there. Jeffatika, 28-3, 57-3. Hit a wall late, though, with the backfield 3 wide around that last turn was the 5 Redland Peaches. And the 8 Elm Grove Quest closed up strong, too, but not as strong as the 5. Redland Peaches and McPherson circle up to the lead, and they're an easy winner here in 157 flat. We had the top 5 Rocky, but not in the right order. As you see, the 5 getting the job done. 5, 7, 8. I think 6-2 is the unofficial super high 5 here in race 5. We'll see the 5 Redland Peaches back in that crown rust proofing winner circle here in the King of Gutters Pace.
Here's Redland Peaches in the 5th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing mare 5 by Mick Wicked off the Captain Treacherous Dam Alexander Valley. Owned by Mark Rain and Lael Ramsey of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Bred by Arnold Hagan of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Corey McPherson training and driving the mile 157. That is Redland Peaches in the King of Gutters Pace with that winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations, bring them to your next community event, or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now, the official results in the fifth race, top of her trade, 7th. Woodmere Heather M. finished 5th and had broken equipment. Always Be Me was a late scratch. Red Dirt Diamond finished 6th. Redland Peaches, the winner. Jaffa Tika, 4th. Singer's Choice was 2nd. Elm Grove Quest finished 3rd. They went 28-3, 57-3, 127-1. And the mile in 157. In review, it's 7-5 scratched, 6-1-4, 2-3. Redland Peaches paid $460. The Exactor $56.20, the Triactor $161.20, and the Super High 5 returning $102.14.
$2,000 to the winner in the 50-50 draw thus far this afternoon. Get your tickets. It's presented by the Prince Edward Island Standard Horse Owners Association. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors. This includes any postponements.
The sixth race, sponsored by Red Shores, number 1, Whiskey in the Jar, owned by Colin Murphy, Luke Burke, and Alana Peterson, trained by Luke Burke. Adam Murner drives. 2, Mundell's Treasure, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains and drives. Number 3 is Over When It's Over, owned by Robbie and Simon Hughes of Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Rose Run Bad Boy, number 4, owned by Harold Denny of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained by George Renison. Paul McKenzie, home for Old Home Week, does the driving. Number 5 is Crowd Control, owned by J.D. Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. Nick drives. Number 6, D.A. Galloway, owned and trained by Ross Sweet Valeri, today Brett McDonald. Number 7, Bet the Game, owned by Kevin Harvey, Charles Boland, and Rudge Racing, now trained by Kyle DeRoche, Kenny Murphy. Number 8, Eagles Claw, Brody McPhee driving for owner-trainer Carson Wilkie of Tarentum. 5 minutes to post time. A special welcome to everyone visiting Prince Edward Island for Old Home Week and Gold Cup and Saucer 67, presented by Atlantic Lottery.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Claire Campbell, and I will be representing Diabetes Canada at this year's Gold Cup and Saucer. Diabetes Canada is dedicated to improving the lives of people living with diabetes through research, education, and advocacy and community support. They work to prevent diabetes where possible, help those living with the condition manage it successfully, and fund research aimed at finding a cure. I chose to represent Diabetes Canada because diabetes affects millions of Canadians and their families every day, including multiple family members of my own. I want to help raise awareness, support research towards better treatments and a cure, and encourage people living with diabetes to know they have a strong community behind them.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's sixth race. Red Shores Pace featuring Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta Triactor wagering in here. Landing on the sixth card, I am as well. That's D.A. Galloway. A 3-year-old bay gelding by Cattle Wash for Ralph Sweet of O'Leary. Ralph's also the trainer, and it's Brett McDonald in the bike today.
Still looking for win number 1, but that effort last time out, that was dandy effort. 57-4 off the qualifier there. Had a good 2-hole ride. Kenny Murphy was in the seat, just back 3/4 of a length at the finish. Closed in 28-1. So Brett McDonald back home. He's an aggressive driver. So I think he'll be putting the pedal to the metal with D.A. Galloway. So I'll put them on top at 9-5.
And the 4 Rose Run Bad Boy goes from a blind to an open bridle and adds a choke plate. Number 7, Bet the Game, Make the Driver, Kyle DeRoche. There's a look at the 3, Over When It's Over. A 3-year-old bay gelding by Shanghai Phil for Robbie and Simon Hughes of Stratford. Ashley Gamester is the trainer, and your brother Jason Hughes in the bike. Nice start on the 15th, Kurt.
Yeah, he was 6 of 9 in the top 3 last year, 5 of 9 so far this year, and coming in off a really good second. He had not a great post in that race. Post 6, got away 5 by 9, and he just missed, finishing second by a half length in 58-4, closing quarter 30-3. Made a break 2 back, but you can see that bottom line from post 3 was another good effort where he sat the 2-hole and finished second in 59-3 and behind the Feast, who's a really nice horse. Over When It's Over has a good starting spot here tonight. Robbie and Simon Hughes, owners of D, fresh off a new speed badge last night, 53-3. She raced large for Robbie and Simon. And so Over When It's Over, looking to continue the hot streak for father and son, Robbie and Simon Hughes, the owners of the 3 here. Over When It's Over. A good starting spot for Hughes, and Over When It's Over at 8-5.
And there's a look at the 2, Mundell's Treasure, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Malicious for Tyra Perry and Brady Sweet. Brady's the trainer and the driver. Good start for him for this last one on the 18th, Kurt.
Yeah, real good effort, finishing third, 58-2. Shadow Roman, the big winner on that day. D.A. Galloway, going to contend with here in this one, was a good second, and Mundell's Treasure, a good third in there. Still looking for win number 1, 3-year-old gelding by Malicious. Has a real good starting spot here today for Brady Sweet to work with, and shows some pretty nice lines. So I'll put Mundell's Treasure in there for the show dough, 5-1.
There's a look at that nice Starting gate, Cam, as the entries for the afternoon 6th race. Red Shores Pace, a field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Whiskey in the jar. Mundell's Treasure over, 1H over. Rose Run Bad Boy. Crowd Control, D.A. Galloway. Bet the Game. Eagles Claw on the outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Mundell's Treasure got the first call. In between horses, over 1H over to their outside. D.A. Galloway is leaving out. On the rail, that's Whiskey in the Jar, 4th. 3 high coming up 5th is Bet the Game. Then Crowd Control in 6th. Rose Run Bad Boy away 7th. And the Triller, that's Eagles Claw. On the back stretch for time 1 going to the quarter. And up front, Mundell's Treasure for Brady Sweet. On the outside, D.A. Galloway wanted a hole, but now Brett McDonald going to sit right up and send him on to the front. D.A. Galloway takes over the lead up at 28 and 4 opener. Mundell's Treasure is second, over 1H over 3rd. 4th, that is Bet the Game. Now in 5th, that is Whiskey in the Jar. Crowd Control 6th. Then Rose Run Bad Boy is 7th, followed by the Trailer, who's Eagle Claw. Straight alignment, and they're halfway home, led by D.A. Galloway. Racing from second is Mundell's Treasure. Then in 3rd, that's over 1H over. Whiskey in the Jar is on the move 4th. 58 and 1.5. At the rail, Bet the Game has 5th. Now in 6th, Crowd Control. That is Rose Run Bad Boy 7th. And trailing the field, that's Eagles Claw 8th. They go to 3/4, and they're 3 wide here. And at the rail, D.A. Galloway. Here's Whiskey in the Jar. A long shot on the outside, coming now second. 3rd at the rail, Mundell's Treasure. 3/4, 1:28 and 1. They turn for home. D.A. Galloway the leader. Mundell's Treasure is second. Whiskey in the Jar, he's 3rd. Bet the Game 4th. On the wire next, D.A. Galloway for Brett McDonald will get there. Mundell's Treasure second. Coming back on 3rd, Whiskey in the Jar. And the mile went in 1:57.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon 6th race. Red Shores Pace. The hole wasn't there for D.A. Galloway, but I think they did him a favor. He drove on to the front, and he gets the win, Kurt.
Yeah, it was a good thing the hole wasn't there. So Brett McDonald had to keep on going to the front end, and he did get there. 28 and 4, half 58 and 1, 3/4 1, 28 and 1. Off that last trip, had to think he was the best here, and Brett McDonald put him right on the front end where the best should be, and they get the job done in 1:57 and 2. Good maiden breaking score for this one here in the Red Shores Pace. We'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Here comes D.A. Galloway to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the 6th race. Bay facing gelding 3 by Cattle Wash from the Camlock Dam. Taboo Sealster. Owned and trained by Ralph Sweeter Valeri, bred by Dean and Ashley Wilson of Ontario. Brett McDonald is home for Old Home Week, and he'll guide this horse to victory and a maiden record of 157 and 2. D.A. Galloway captures the Red Shores face with the winner's circle. Cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the 6th race: Whiskey in the Jar, 3rd. Mundell's Treasure was 2nd. Over One It's Over, 7th. Rose Run Bad Boy finished 5th. Crowd Control was 8th. D.A. Galloway, the race winner. Bet the Game was 4th. Eagle's Claw finished 6th and had broken equipment. They went 28-4, 58-1, 128-1, and the mile in 157-2. In review, 327, 581, 46. D.A. Galloway paid 380. The exactor was 830. The triactor 131.30. And the superfecta 49.04.
The Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association and Red Shores are pleased to announce that applications are now open for the Kent Oaks Memorial Bursary. The bursary will be awarded annually to a successful applicant to assist with expenses associated with post-secondary education. For eligibility and application information, please visit peiharnessracing.ca. Deadline for applications is August the 31st.
Seventh race is the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial, number 1, Any Day, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, trained by Mike McGuigan, Mark Campbell driving. Padre Keno Sargent, number 2, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 3 is Ma Barker, owned by the Shotgun Stable of West Royalty. Dave Kelly is the trainer driver. Ocean View Gambler, number 4, owned by Bill and Scott Rollison of Belfast. Bill does the training, driven by Adam Murner. Ocean View Banjo, number 5, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Corey McPherson up. My Pocket Rocket, number 6, owned by Jonathan McDonald of North Wiltshire, trained by Paul McDonald, Kenny Murphy drives. Mile Hill Weldon, number 7, owned by John and Barbara Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, trained by Paul Morrison, today Gilles Barrio. Number 8 is Magian Mystery. Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, owns, trains, and drives. 5 minutes to post time. Back down to Rocky Sherman and Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk. They have the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Here is the race day recap from race number 1. We saw Mark Campbell with Shadow Roman get to the front, 28-4, 58-4, 128-3. They're a winner tonight. It's this afternoon in 157 flat. New race win record. In for second was the 2, Stay Dreamy. All day press third, 6-2-1. Ice Cold Triactor, $30.70.
And then over in race 2, Joe Bryan Memorial 3-year-old colt grassroots event. Bet on Evil from the rail. David Dowling made no mistakes right down the highway. 28-1, 57-3, 126-1, stopping the clock, and 156 for a new pacing record for the 3-year-old gelding by Bet the Moon. They get it done there in race 2. 154 try. It was good. A nice one at 193.10.
And in the afternoon's third race, Mike McGuigan put You're Not Catching Me on the front, and they didn't. 28-4, 59, 128-3. Here's the stretch drive. Gets the job done today. A maiden record, 157-2. Lelia Hanover. We looked it up on Google. Robbie Shaw sent it to me. In there for second. Pandora sent a third. 216 Triactor, $39.60.
And then over in race 4, it was the Milton Vale Park and Milton Community Hall pace, and it went to West Coast Kid right on the front end for Langell. 0 for 5 going in, but they do crack that goose egg, getting the job done there in the 4th race. Quarter 28, half 57-4, 3 quarters 128-1, and they stopped the clock in 157-4. And the 3-4-7 try, it was good for 51.80.
In the afternoon's 5th race, we saw Redland Peaches come out of the clouds for Corey McPherson. The fractions 28-3, 57-3, 127-1. Here's the stretch drive as Redland Peaches gets the job done today, 157 flat. Singer's Choice gets up there for second. Up for third is the 8 Elm Grove Quest. It's 578 Triactor, $161.20.
And race 6 was the Red Shores Pace, and it went to D.A. Galloway and Brett McDonald right down the highway from post 6, 28-4, half 58-1, 3 quarters 128-1. They stopped the clock in 157-2, closing quarter 29-1. So a maiden breaking score for D.A. Galloway there in the 6 as he captures the Red Shores Pace. 6-2-1 try. It was good for 131.30, and that's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Ladies and gentlemen, updating today's 50-50 draw. Right now, $2,300. That's going to go to the winner, but your time is running out to get a 50-50 ticket from your friends at the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. Make sure you get a 50-50 ticket right now, valued at $2,300.
And there are 7 grandstand tickets available. You can contact the race office for tonight for further details. 7 grandstand tickets available for tonight's races. Contact the race office. Let's go out to the track for the afternoon 7th race. It's the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial, an annual event here at Old Home Week. My father raced in this many years ago. And there is a look at the 6, My Pocket Rocket, a 4-year-old big gelding by E.L. Rocket for Jonathan McDonald of North Wiltshire, was also the breeder. Paul F. McDonald is the trainer, and Kenny Murphy in the bike. Kurt?
And we saw a couple of horses here capture their first win of the season. I think this one could do that as well. 0 for 7 coming into it. 5 for 7 in the top 3. Shows some pretty nice miles in the last couple starts. 59-4, 2 back. And then right on the front end last time out, gave it up late, finishing third. Has the same post this week. My Pocket Rocket looking for win number 1 this year at 2-1.
There's a look at the rail sitter in here. That is Any Day. My top choice, a 2-year-old chestnut filly by Chimpanzee. For Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart, Mike McGuigan is the trainer. It's Mark Campbell in the bike, second lifetime start, Kurt.
In Harmony was an easy winner last time out, but I thought this filly raced super for Mark Campbell. Had a good 2-hole ride. I wasn't expecting a lot because the qualifier was only 2:06.1, but I thought that first start, the debut, was a really nice one for the Chimpanzee 2-year-old filly. Any Day, same post again today for Mark Campbell, same driver, same connections, and they could do one better than last week. They could definitely get the job done here, and currently the slight choice on the board at 8-5.
And there we get a peek at the 2, Padre Keno Sargent, a 2-year-old bay filly by Father Patrick. For Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart, Mike McGuigan is the trainer and the driver, Kurt.
Yeah, Mike's fillies were in the same spots last time out, within Harmony getting the job done. Any Day had the rail, finished second, and Padre Keno Sargent had post 2 and had to settle for the Shodo on that day, and so I think that could happen again here today. I think My Pocket Rocket and Murphy could scoot out to the front. I think Any Day and Padre Keno Sargent will sit 2 and 3, just like they did last time out, and I could see them finishing second and third in here. So Padre Keno Sargent, a nice price if you want to play McGuigan at 10-1.
Another one to watch out for. I know he's out in the grandstand side, but that is Magian Mystery, showing that 158-2 line on October the 12th last season. I know that's last year, but it's a beautiful afternoon here today at Red Shores in Charlottetown. As the afternoon 7th race lines up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate, it's the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Any Day, Padre Keno Sargent, Ma Barker, Ocean View Gambler, Ocean View Banjo, My Pocket Rocket, Mile Hill Whalen, Magian Mystery, top of the stretch. Here they come. Off stride number 2, Padre Keno Sargent. Rough and trotting, My Pocket Rocket and Ocean View Gambler, the first 2 out. Any Day will be into the turn from third. Ma Barker goes 4th. Ocean View Banjo on the outside 5th. Mile Hill Weldon away 6th with Magian Mystery 7th. Back down trotting is the trailer. Padre Keno Sargent on the back stretch, and My Pocket Rocket's out in front. Off stride went Any Day in the early going. My Pocket Rocket and Kenny Murphy quarter pole leading on Ocean View Gambler. Ocean View Banjo right up into third. Back 4th, that is Ma Barker. Now 5th is Mile Hill Whalen. 6th is Magian Mystery. Then is Padre Keno Sargent in the backfield. Any Day, they went 29 and 4 to the opening quarter. My Pocket Rocket, the fraction center, taking them over to the opening half mile with Ocean View Gambler second. Ocean View Banjo third. That gap to 4th. Ma Barker there on the outside 5th. Mile Hill Whalen off stride goes Ma Barker here at the half mile. And My Pocket Rocket, the midway point leader in 1 minute and 1. Ocean View Gambler tracking second, and there goes Ocean View Banjo now. Tipping out third, off stride 4th, went Mile Hill Whalen. Now Magian Mystery picks up 4th. 5th is Padre Keno Sargent. Then in 6th, Mile Hill Whalen, Ma Barker 7th. Any Day is 8th as they arrive at 3/4. And here is Ocean View Banjo to take over the late lead with McPherson. Ocean View Gambler picks up second. My Pocket Rocket third. Ocean View Gambler has jumped it off. 3/4, 90 seconds flat in the home stretch now, and it's all Ocean View Banjo. My Pocket Rocket, Padre Keno Sargent. Ocean View Banjo all alone with McPherson. Rallying in to be second, Padre Keno Sargent. My Pocket Rocket third. 2 minutes, 1/5.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon 7th race, the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial. Kurt, there was a lot of breakers there, but a big mile from Padre Keno Sargent and Mike McGuigan to get the deuce.
Yeah, they made a break. Looked like they took themselves out of it early, but with all these breakers in here, Mike able to navigate through the breakers and get up for the deuce here. Nice trip from Ocean View Banjo. This one behaved... She behaved herself in here. The 3-year-old filly by Whelan and Dealin. Corey in the seat for trainer George Renison. Showed some nice trips in 2:02 and change. Has a qualifying record of 2:06 and 1. Picks up the maiden breaking score. Shaves 6 seconds off that qualifying time. So nice effort from Ocean View Banjo to get it done here in 2 minutes. A 1/5. They win the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial, and they're back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Got a happy birthday shout out this afternoon. 30th birthday to Brett McDonald. Happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores.
Here comes Ocean View Banjo to the 7th race winner's circle, trotting Bay Filly 3, the daughter of Wheeling and Dealin. From the Northern Bailey Dam, Tyne Valley, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, bred by Bill and Scott Rollison, trained by George Renison. Corey McPherson has the driving double today. This filly will trot to a maiden record of 2 minutes and a 1/5. Ocean View Banjo capturing the Tom and Margaret Claiborne Memorial Trot with the winner's circle presentation. Here's the official results in the 7th race. Any Day was 8th. Padre Keno Sargent 2nd. Ma Barker 6th. Ocean View Gambler 7th. Ocean View Banjo the race winner. My Pocket Rocket 3rd. Mile Hill Whalen 5th. Magian Mystery 4th. 29 and 4. 1 minute 1. 1:30. And the mile 2 minutes and a 1/5. In review, it's 826, 713, 54. Ocean View Banjo paid 740. The exactor 105.10, the triactor 282.60, and the superfecta was 272.34.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a Pick 4 as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores Charlottetown and features a $1,500 guaranteed pool during Old Home Week with the low 15% takeout.
Eighth race on parade, a division of the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stake. Number 1, Regret Nothing, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Matt Burke. Trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell driving. Roll with the Warden, number 2, owned by Elmer Fallen and Tara Baird. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 3 is Zendaya's Cracker Jack, owned by Hal Smith of Fonnell, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. Today, Mark Campbell. Blazing K's 4 is owned by Keith and Lewis McDonnell and at Route 19 Racing of Nova Scotia. Darren Crow trains and drives. 5 is Saltwater Captain, owned by Joanne McCrae. David Myers, Gwyneth McGurk, and Rick Adams, trained by David Myers. Miles Heffernan Sr. up. Dirt Track Eddie is 6, owned by 5 Guys, Horses, and Lies of Stratford. Trained by Jamie Smith. Driven by Anthony McDonald. Number 7, the Sun and Moon, is owned and trained by Joey Pino of Rustico. Jason Hughes in the sulky. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Kurt and Rocky have the top selection for race 8. And please stand by for a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 8th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colts in the grassroots division featuring Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, and it's the start of the guaranteed 20-cent late pick 4. $13,100 on the line. And there is a look at the 4. Blazing K's, a 3-year-old big gelding by Tobago K's for Keith and Lewis McDonnell and Route 19 Racing of Nova Scotia. Darren Crow is the trainer and the driver. Impressive. Kurt?
Yeah, Blazing K's reeled 5 in a row. The last one, pretty good effort, 56-1, right to his mark that he took in Churro there in an overnight, 56-1 from off the pace. Well, he did it in Charlottetown here in a PEI Colt State grassroots event right down the road. Closing quarter, 28-2. Couple of nice wins there scattered throughout as well, 57-2, 58-2, and then 57. Looks very versatile off the pace, on the front. Doesn't really matter where this guy gets away. In this field of 7, he's got a great starting spot. So Crow has some options. He can either shoot out to the lead or take a covered up trip and try and stage another late rally. But 7 of 8 in the top 2 this year, and over 14 grand made. Tobago K's, Rocky, without a doubt, I would say the most underrated sire here, and he has a really talented 2-year-old with Woodmere Rocket, and he's got a pretty nice son here. Blazing K's at a post 4 for Crow, 6-5.
There's a look at the 7, The Sun and Moon, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Bet the Moon for Joey Pino of Rustico's. Also the trainer, Jason Hughes in the bike. Nice start in his last one, Kurt.
Yeah, I like this guy. I've been watching him for a while. Joey Pino's been doing some driving with him. Mark Campbell drove him from an outside post. Jason's got to deal with an outside post here. He was a good third for Jason last time out, 56-4. He's got a lot of talent. And a good late kick, and he's 5 for 12 so far in the top 3 this year with that one win in Summerside in 2 minutes. The Sun and Moon has the talent. If the trip works out, he could definitely get the job done in here, and you're getting really good value with him with this outside draw. He's 15-1.
And there we get a peek at the 6, Dirt Track Eddie, a 3-year-old black gelding by Shanghai Phil for Five Guys, Horses and Lies of Stratford. They're also the breeders. Jamie Smith, the trainer, and it's Anthony McDonald in the bike.
Oh, yeah, he's a busy guy this afternoon. He's in the casino chatting it up with Ken and Lee. He's out in the track driving. This Anthony fella, he's always on the move. And he's back in the seat here with Dirt Track Eddie for trainer Jamie Smith. As you mentioned, Five Guys, Horses and Lies, the owner, coming in off a pretty good second, 57-1 for Anthony on the front end from post 2. Today they got post 6. A couple good trips and 57 and change in his last 2 starts. He definitely has a good shot in here from this outside post. Dirt Track Eddie and McDonald, 6-5.
The afternoon's 8th race, Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colts in the grassroots for $13,100. Field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Regret nothing. Roll with the Wardens and Deus Crackerjack. Blazing K, Saltwater Captain. Dirt Track Eddie. The Sun and Moon, top of the stretch. Here they come. The off and pacing. Regret nothing at the rail, the first one out. Blazing K's coming second, then third to the turn on the far outside. That is Dirt Track Eddie, away fourth along the rail. Roll with the Warden between horses, Saltwater Captain. Then racing from sixth and Deus Cracker Jack. And the early trailer, that is the Sun and Moon along the back stretch. And Blazing K's is the leader and the heavy favorite in line to Darren Crow. That is Dirt Track Eddie. He left hard and he got rewarded with a two-hole ride. They went 27-3. Boom! Just like that, the fired-up leader, Blazing K's, with the streak on the line. Second is Dirt Track Eddie, then in third, Regret Nothing, Saltwater Captain fourth. Here comes Zendaya's Cracker Jack, sent to the outside, 50, flushes the cover of Saltwater Captain. In at the rail, Roll with the Warden, 6, on the outside, 7th, the Sun and Moon, 56. 3, they're rolling along here. Over to the 5/8 they go, and it's Blazing K's the leader on Dirt Track Eddie second. Third on the outside is Saltwater Captain. Zendaya's Cracker Jack. He'll swing out 3 wide, fourth. Fifth up the rail, Regret Nothing in between horses. Roll with the Warden. On the outside, the trailer, the Sun and Moon. Blazing K's getting away on them now. 3/4 up in 126 flat. And it's all Blazing K's with an 8 left to go. Dirt Track Eddie is second. Regret Nothing coming to the outside third. Homeward bound. And the streak is going to remain intact here. Blazing K's and Darren Crow destroy his rivals in the O'Brien. Roll with the Warden got up for the deuce, and Regret Nothing will finish third. Time for the mile, 1:56 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 8th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old colts in the grassroots division. And Blazing K's went to the front, and the streak remains intact. Kurt?
Yeah, you had a nice exactor here, Rocky. So shout out to you here with your ice cold exactor. Blazing K's right on the front end for Crow. This guy, as we mentioned, he's very versatile, and Crow put him right on the front end. 27-3, big opening quarter. 56-3, 126, stopping the clock here today, 156 flat, new speed badge for the 3-year-old son of Tobago K's. As he keeps the streak alive, he now extends it to 6 races. Blazing K's and Crow get the job done in the Joe O'Brien Memorial Grassroots event here in race 8, and they'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a late judge's inquiry here in race number 8. It involves number 5, Saltwater Captain, and possible broken equipment prior to the start. Retain your tickets. Judge's inquiry. Blazing K's has arrived at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the 8th race. Bay Pacing gelding 3 by Tobago K's off the Mach 3 Dam Jenna Grace, owned by Keith and Louis McDonnell and Route 19 Racing of Nova Scotia, bred by Kenneth Smith of Bonjaw, trained and driven to victory by Darren Crow. The colt now has his 6th consecutive victory. Today it's a new pacing record of 156. Blazing K's in the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stake Old Home Week at Charlottetown. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the result of the 8th race inquiry. There will be a general refund of all monies wagered of number 5, Saltwater Captain, for broken equipment prior to the start. That's in the 8th race. All monies wagered on number 5, Saltwater Captain, will be refunded for broken equipment prior to the start. Here's the official results now from the 8th race. Regret Nothing third. Roll with the Warden second. Zendaya's Cracker Jack was fifth. Blazing Cage, the race winner. Saltwater Captain finished seventh and was refunded for broken equipment prior to the start. Dirt Track Eddie was sixth. The Sun and Moon fourth. 27-3. 56-3. 126. And the mile in 156. In review, it's 325-1764. Blazing K's paid $260. The Exactor $760. Triactor $2630. And the Superfecta was $1026. Ladies and gentlemen, now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Today valued at $2,700. Winning number will be L1656737. The afternoon's 50-50 winning number for $2,700, L1656737. Good luck. Ninth race is the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational. They're on parade. Get Wings 1. Owned by Gary Ford of Stratford, Janet Kinney of Wheatley River, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Mark Campbell driving. It's major number 2 on by Daniel Goodrow and Dr. John Bradbury. Trained by Mark McKinnon, Maxime Goodrow drives. Number 3 is Miraculous Desby, owned by Equerry CSI of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, trained by Jacques Dupont, Louis-Philippe Roy driving. Storm Shadow number 4, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Dr. Downey drives, driven by Ellen Stevenson. 6 minutes wagering time here on race number 9. And gentlemen, we're coming back with our selections here in this invitational, very compact field of 4. And once again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I see a programmed order start, and I see a programmed order finish, guys. I'm looking at the 1, Get Wings, right on down the road. I like the 2, It's Major for the Deuce, with Miraculous Desby 3rd and Storm Shadow 4th. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 from up here. Gentlemen, how do you see it?
I'm shaking up the 2nd and 3rd place finisher, Vance. I'm going 1, 3, 2, 4. Miraculous Desby shows some good trips there. Up in that now winners at 20,000, now winners at 12,000, shows a trip in 48-4 on his card. So I'm going to put him in there for the deuce. I was thinking program order, Vance, with Get Wings on the rail. I think you're right. He's going to get all the respect on the wings when they say go, and I think he will be cutting the mile. But I'm going to go 1, 3, 2, 4, Rocky, and I think you're matching strides, eh?
Matching strides with you, buddy. 1, 3, 2, 4. Get Wings. I believe you're right, Kurt. I think he'll get all the respect off the rail as he did in the Governor's Plate at 26-4 to the quarter in the Governor's Plate, and he went on to win it in 152-1. And he's at his home track here this afternoon. Mark Campbell in the bike for second. The 3, Miraculous Desby, It's Major, and Storm Shadow. In the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational, $15,000 on the line. Good luck with your selections. Well, we can have a quick look at that odds board. It's a short one for the afternoon's 9th race. PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational, $15,000 on the line. Get Wings on the rail at even money. The 2, that's It's Major, is the favorite right now at 4-5. The 3, Miraculous Desby N with Louis-Philippe Roy at 7-2. And Storm Shadow from post 4 on the outside with Dr. Mitchell Downey at 8-1. That's a look at the field in the afternoon's 9th PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational. Good luck with your plays.
PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational Field of 4. Get Wings 3-4 on the board, 8-5 on Miraculous Desby, 2-1 on the 2. It's Major, and 15-1 long shot on the outside. Storm Shadow. The field is lining up. And behind the starting gate, let's send it up for the call to Vance Cameron.
It might be a compact field of 4, but it's a powerhouse field of 4 here in the invitation. Get Wings, it's Major, Miraculous Desby, Storm Shadow. Here they come. Up and pacing, Get Wings, the first one out. Second, it's Major, Miraculous Desby will be third. Then the fourth one to round the turn, that will be Storm Shadow. That programmed order start underway here in the ninth. And on the point, Get Wings and Mark Campbell showing the way early. It's Major got away with the 2-hole ride. Miraculous Desby will step it out third. Trailing the field fourth, that is Storm Shadow as they arrive at the opening quarter. Get Wings controlling for Campbell. Right there on his back second, it's Major, 28 seconds flat the opening quarter. Racing from third, Miraculous Desby. Storm Shadow, he's the trailer fourth. We'll see no movement in here. This field of 4 moves towards the half mile, and Get Wings has command. In the 2-hole, it's Major. Miraculous Desby continuing third. Storm Shadow fourth, halfway home in the invite. And it's Get Wings, the midway point leader, 56-4, just 28-4 in the second quarter. 3/8 of a mile to go, and Get Wings swinging on up the backstretch. The leader on a route to 3/4. It's Major is second, then third Miraculous Desby, and the trailer, that is Storm Shadow, arriving at 3/4. Tempo picks up. Get Wings by 2. Here's Miraculous Desby now, moving on to take over second. Fading at the rail, it's Major on the outside. Storm Shadow 1:25 with 3/4, and they're homeward bound. Get Wings out in front. Miraculous Desby right alongside on the wire. Here's Miraculous Desby and Louis-Philippe Roy. Get Wings was second. Storm Shadow rallied in third. Time for the mile in 1:52-1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 9th race, the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational, Kurt. And it's Miraculous Desby getting it done.
Yeah, Mark Campbell hasn't made a mistake all week, but maybe one here in this compact field of 4. 28 to the front, 56-4, 125 to 3/4, turned it into a real sprint. And I think the 3 just had the jump on him around that turn, Louis Waugh, and just going to out-sprint him down the stretch. Time for the mile for Miraculous Desby, 1:52-1. They were both sprinting to the finish. And like I say, I just think the 3 had the momentum carrying off that turn and was able to get the measure on Get Wings. But a good effort from both of these horses in this invitational pace here in race 9. We'll see the 3, Miraculous Desby and Louis Waugh, back in that Crown Rust Protection winner's circle next.
Miraculous Desby on his way to the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle. Bay pacing Gulling 6 by Better's Delight from the Christian Cullen Dam, Kelly McGuire. Owned by Ickery CSL of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Trained by Jacques Dupont, Louis Philippe Roy, along for the ride today. The mile 152 and 1. Miraculous Desby in the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Invitational with the Winner's Circle presentation. Now, the official results in the ninth: Get Wing second. It's Major fourth. Miraculous Desby the winner. Storm Shadow third. 28, 56, and 4. 125 and the mile 150, 2 and 1. In review, 2, 4, 1, 3. Miraculous Desby paid $460. The Exactor 570. Triactor 1980. Superfecta 220.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. It's Gold Cup and Saucer Day. You're with Kurt Hughes and Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Let's talk about the 2026 Atlantic Classic Sale. It's scheduled for Friday, October the 9th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds starting at 11 a.m. Join us on October the 8th from 4 till 8 at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results.
Quick look at the picks for the 10th race. Rocky going it alone here. 3-5-1. The rest of us going with the 1 on top. I like 1-5-2. Post time picks, it's Peter McPhee with the 1-2-3. Classifier's choice 1, 3, and 2 here in the 10th.
Tenth race, a division of the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stake. The Run Parade and number 1 Streak Antonio. Owned by Raymond Primo, trained by Ron Matheson. Jill Barrio drives. Elm Grove Untamed, number 2, is owned by Marc-Andre Cyr, Fatima, Quebec, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowler. Woodmere Bullet, number 3, owned by the stable Woodmere Bullet of Brunswick, Ohio, trained by Jamie Smith, Anthony McDonald. Louis the Lip, number 4, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Adam Murner. 5 is Tobin's Nibbler, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Number 6 is Tobin's April Fool, owned and trained by Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale, driven by Brady Sweet. 4 minutes to post time. Congratulations to Atlantic Lottery, celebrating 50 years in Atlantic, Canada.
1976. Bell bottoms and boogie fever were all the rage. And so was Atlantic Lottery's very first game and live draw. A lot has changed since then, but one thing has remained the same: our commitment to communities across Atlantic Canada. From keeping 100% of profits in the region to sponsoring important community initiatives, we're celebrating 50 years of being from here, for here.
Let's head over to the track for the afternoon's 10th race. Joe Bryan Memorial 3-year-old colts Grassroots for $13,100. You're landing on the 1 here, Kurt. Streak Antonio, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Blood Money for Raymond Primo of Quebec, who's also the breeder. Ronnie Matheson trains, and it's Jill Barrio in the bike.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good state campaign over the last couple of years. He's 7 of 8 in the top 3 last year. He is 6 of 7 so far this year in the top 3. So not too much to complain about for Streak Antonio through 15 lifetime starts. It's 13 of 15 in the top 3. He's closing in on 40 grand made lifetime. 57-2 last time out. A good second to Goose Commander. A win. 2 back in an overnight, 56-2 off a pocket trip. And so Streak Antonio from the rail here today. He's got that good early speed, and the Maritime Magic Man knows it. So I'm sure he'll be front-end minded in here. And if not, he's quite content to take that 2-hole ride like he did for that win, 2 back. So Streak Antonio, the one to beat in my mind here, in currently 7-5 on the board.
Kurt's going with a 1-5-2 in here. I'm going with a 3-5-1. Had a nice little chat with Boomer Gallant, Kurt and I did.
Yeah, great to see Boomer. I love his calls. It was great to hear him during Lobster Carnival week. He did a great call there with Daryl McLean's horse on top by 4 and looking for more. One of his race calls that I love to hear. So for this one, we'll send it up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Streak Antonio, Elm Grove Untamed, Woodmere Bullet. Louis the Lip, Tobin's Nibbler, Tobin's April Fool, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Streak Antonio on the rail will lead them out. Tobin's Nibbler will come second on the outside. Third one to make the turn, that's Elm Grove Untamed. Driving up fourth is Tobin's April Fool. Now in fifth is Woodmere Bullet, and the trailer, that is Louis the Lip. On the back stretch for time one, guarding the rail, Streak Antonio and the Maritime Magic Man, Gilberto, out in front at the opening station. Racing from second is Tobin's Nibbler, at the rail in third. On the inside is Elm Grove Untamed, 28 and 1 was the opener. Racing from fourth, that's Woodmere Bullet. Fifth is Louis the Lip, now the trailer. That's Tobin's April Fool. Straight alignment. Here they come towards the half mile. On the point, Streak Antonio will be the midway point leader and the post-time favorite. Tobin's Nibbler, the two-hole ride. Elm Grove Untamed third. That is Woodmere Bullet fourth. Fifth is Louis the Lip. Tobin's April Fool sixth. 57. 3 was the half mile. By the 5/8 they go, and they're still in straight alignment. Chasing Streak Antonio, now to 3/4. Tobin's Nibbler, a textbook two-hole ride. Racing from third, Elm Grove Untamed. Woodmere Bullet in fourth. Louis the Lip fifth. On the outside sixth, that is Tobin's April Fool. 3/4 of a mile. 1:26 and 4 with an 8 left to go. Streak Antonio. Tobin's Nibbler coming out for the stretch drive. Elm Grove Untamed third. Down the stretch, Tobin's Nibbler has taken over late, and Tobin's Nibbler goes on to win for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes, Woodmere Bullet rallied second. Elm Grove Untamed third. 1:55.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for today's 10th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 3-year-old Colts Grassroots. Your brother Tobin's Nibbler and Jason Hughes. Get her done, Kurt.
Yeah, I didn't know if he'd be right up in that two-hole today or not, or I would have put him on top. I did like him for second in here, but he does get up for the win. He had a good two-hole ride. Streak Antonio cut the mile. 28, 57 and 3, 126 and 4. They stopped the clock here, 155 and 2. Hughes pulls pocket with Tobin's Nibbler. He's been really good, Rocky, in his last few starts. Hit the board in all 3 tries. He was a winner on the front end, 2 back, and then last time out he had a good deuce. Well, today he pocket pops for the win, 155 and 2. A new speed badge for the 3-year-old son of Shanghai Phil. The Blue Knight and Tobin's Nibbler, they're back next in that Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle.
Here comes Tobin's Nibbler to the Crown Bus Protection Winner's Circle from the 10th race, facing Brown Gelding 3 by Shanghai Phil. From the Estrellas Jam, All Chocolate, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, bred by Wendell Williams, trained by Ashley Gamester, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes, guiding him to victory and a new pacing record of 1:55.2. Tobin's Nibbler in the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stake at Charlottetown.
And it's nice to see Mike O'Brien and Alden O'Brien out there in the winner's circle presenting the Joe O'Brien Memorial Coolers here this afternoon.
Now the official results from the 10th race: Streak Antonio 4th, Elm Grove Untamed 3rd, Woodmere Bullet was 2nd, Louis the Lip 5th, Tobin's Nibbler the race winner. Tobin's April Fool finished 6th, 28-1, 57-3, 126-4, and the Mild in 1:55.2. In review, 432.516. Tobin's Nibbler paid $14.10. The Exactor $58.60. The Triactor $295.10. And the Superfactor $57.37.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High 5 as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The Super High 5 is offered in race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High 5 at Red Shores Charlottetown during Old Home Week. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. It's the final this afternoon on Gold Cup and Saucer 67 Day, presented by Atlantic Lottery. It's the Rabbit McDonald Memorial. I'm going 8-3-7. Kurt?
Going 8-7-3. Post time picks. Peter McPhee going 8-3-4. Classifiers choices. In the 11th, 8-6-3 in 7 minutes.
We're rechecking that 10th rundown. Streak Antonio 4th, Elm Grove Untamed 3rd, Woodmere Bullet 2nd, Louis the Lip 5th, Tobin's Nibbler the winner, Tobin's April Fool 6, 432.516. Afternoon's 11th race, the Rabbit McDonald Memorial and the Round Post Parade, number 1, Tiziano, owned by Claire McDonald, Kevin McFadgen, and Ian Tate of Nova Scotia. Claire trains and drives. Number 2, Chicon, owned by Walter Daigle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd up. 3, Mr. Harris, owned by Debbie Denny of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, trained by Earl Watts, driven by Mark Campbell. Number 4, Cincinnatus, owned by Cincinnati Stable of West St. Andrews, Nova Scotia, trained by Bruce McGean. Driven today, making his Old Home Week debut, Brady Golliers. Number 5 is Smoothies Delight, owned by Dr. Jim Shive of Rhines Creek, Nova Scotia, trained by Trevin Shive and driven by Landon Campbell. Capuano, where's number 6, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Brody McPhee. Captain Tate, number 7, owned by James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Walter Walker. Today, Adam Murner. Number 8 is Disco Bay. Paul Angel trains and drives for the Nickway Farms of St. David's, Newfoundland. 5 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing at 5 p.m. tonight, featuring the 67th edition of the greatest show in harness racing, the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery.
And our super high fives are going to come up on the screen here once they get corrected. Here, I'm going to go with an 83764 in here. Kurt Hughes going with 87362. Vance Cameron is at 8367 and 2. And post time picks coming up on the screen here as well are at 834. Let's go out to the track for the afternoon's finale. It's the Rabbit McDonald Memorial featuring Exactor, 20-cent super high five. Triactor wagering in here. There is the 8, Disco Bay. One thing we have in common, Kurt, we're all going with this horse. A 3-year-old bay colt by Cattle Wash for Nickway Farms of St. David's, Newfoundland. They're also the breeders. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. Nice win here in the 17th, right from the 8-hole park to that quarter in 27-4. Goes on to win in 154-4.
Yeah, his luck at the draw has been absolutely atrocious over the last 5 starts. 10-hole at Woodbine Mohawk Park and back to a 6-hole the very next week, and then 3 starts here on Prince Edward Island. Take a look at that, 7, 6, 8. Now today, post 8. Again, I would not put him on top from post 8 if he had not won last time out from post 8. He ended up getting to the front late, going to 3/4, and got the job done 54-4. He was parked to the opening quarter there, 27-4. That was an overnight event here. Now winners 1,001 last 4. He's into this winners of 3, not more than 5 races life. Tends to be a really tough group. And he is post 8 again. So I'm looking for maybe a similar trip from Langell. Now that he knows he can power drive this guy and still be quite competitive at the end of the mile, I think he'll do that again here today. So I'm looking for forwardly placed trip for Disco Bay from post 8 and get the job done. Maybe go back to back in here at 5-2.
And there's a look at the 7, Captain Tate, a 3-year-old bay colt by Captain Crunch for James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Walter Walker, the trainer. Today, it's Adam Murner.
Yeah, Walter Walker batting .544. He's always batting a high percentage, and he's got Captain Tate firing on all cylinders, winning his last 5 races. He brought a 4-race winning streak over here to Charlottetown for Old Home Week, and he was a pocket-sitting winner last time out in 55 flat for Mark Campbell. Adam Murner in the seat here today aboard this 3-year-old colt by Captain Crunch, looking to extend that streak 2-6. We'll see if they can from post 7. He definitely has a shot at 2-1.
And there we get a peek at the 3. Mr. Harris, the 3-year-old brown gelding by Roll With It Harry for Debbie Denny of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. Earl Watts, the trainer, and Mark Campbell in the bike.
Yeah, we got a string of nice 3-year-olds in here. Mr. Harris, another one by Roll With It Harry, coming in off a second and 56-2. Closing quarter, 28-2. Hard to beat this combo, Campbell and Watts. Mr. Harris at 2-1.
There's a look at that gate cam. You see all the horses coming up to the gate for the finale. It's the Rabbit McDonald Memorial. 8 horses lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, have a great night and Gold Cup night. Up to you for the call.
Thank you, Mr. Skirman, and you couldn't find a better host and hostess than the Rabbit and Anita McDonald. They were absolutely super to this race announcer every old home weekend. And today, it's in memory of Rabbit McDonald. And Rabbit, I know you're watching from above. And old friend, this one's for you. It's the 11th race, and it's post time. Off and pacing a host of levers in here. Way wide is Captain Tate towards the rail, Tiziano. Chacon in between horses away 3rd. Then in 4th, Mr. Harris getting away 5th on the turn as they race over to that opening 8th and race on to the backstretch. That's Cincinnati's up the inside 6. That is Smoothie's Delight on the outside. Capuano 7th. Trailing the field, Disco Bay, the post-time favorite, will have to circle a field of 8 in here on by the first quarter. Strung out at Ted, making the lead, Captain Tate and Adam Murner, 28 seconds flat the opener. They lead by 2. Second is Tiziano, Chacon 3rd. Then in 4th, that's Mr. Harris. Racing 5th coming out of that turn. That's Cincinnati's. Then 6th and moving up is Capuano. 7th on the rail is Smoothie's Delight. On the outside 8th, that is Disco Bay. Halfway home here in the finale. On the front end, Captain Tate. At the half, 57-1. He'll take him to the 5-8. Tiziano races second at long odds. Chacon is tipped out from 3rd. 4th at the rail, that's Mr. Harris. On the outside, Cincinnati's 5th. At the rail in 6th, Smoothie's Delight. Disco Bay coming 3 wide, 7th. And the trailer, that is Capuano. They go by 3/4. Captain Tate is open by 3 here in the late going. 3/4 in 1:25-4, 1/8 of a mile left to go, and it's all Captain Tate and Murner turning for home, and wow, they're coming across the track for the deuce, but it's all over for the win. Captain Tate all alone on the line. Mr. Harris come out of the pack for the deuce, and 3 of them across the track in a show photo. 1:54-2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the finale. Rabbit McDonald Memorial. Turn out the lights. This party's over, Kurt. Captain Tate, wire to wire.
Yeah, Captain Tate quick off the wings. Murner and Captain Tate, they crossed over quicker than I've seen. I haven't seen too many cross over that quickly to the front end. They were on front before the turn from post 7, getting up there 28 to the quarter, 57-1. And then they just begin to put the pedal to the metal and draw off. They ran away and they hit on this field. 125-4, closed it out in 28-3 for a nice mark of 154. And to a new speed badge for the son of Captain Crunch. We'll see Captain Tate and Murner back in that Crown Rust Protection winner's circle with the Rabbit McDonald Memorial family and friends. They're up next in the winner's circle.
In the 11th race, number 2, Chicane, and number 5, Smoothie's Delight. They have finished 4th in the dead heat. Captain Tate arriving at the winner's circle. Bay Patient Coltree by Captain Crunch off the Western Ideal Dam. Ginger Tree Nina, owned by James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Bred by Levon Miller of Indiana. Trained by Walter Walker. Adam Murner got the call today to guide the colt to another victory and a new record of 154 and 2. Captain Tate captures the Rabbit McDonald Memorial with plenty of friends and family joining us in the winner's circle. Captain Tate with Murner and Walker and McGinnis, 154 and 2. Now, the official results from the 11th race: Tiziano 6, Chacon finished 4th in the dead heat. Mr. Harris was 2nd, Cincinnatus 3rd. Smoothie's Delight finished 4th in the dead heat. Capuano was 8th. Captain Tate was the winner. Disco Bay finished 7th, 28, 57 and 1, 125 and 4, and the mile in 154 and 2. In review, it's 6 4-dead heat, 2-3 4-dead heat, 8-1-7. Captain Tate paid $570. The Exactor 1990. The Triactor was $146.50. The Late Daily Double returning $98.40. And the Super High Fives, those are yet to be posted. That completes our afternoon program here on Gold Cup and Saucer Day. Today's Par Mutual handle went 88,309, and we're back tonight featuring the 67th edition of the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery. Opening post time 5 o'clock.